And today is the beginning of that FOPAC 3-day conference. We will not only be sharing knowledge, networking, and learning with each other, but we will also witness and be part of activities and initiatives that we can say are steps towards transforming not just the way we manage our natural resources and environment, but ultimately our natural resources and environment as well. And today is the beginning of that FOPAC 3-day conference. We will not only be sharing knowledge, networking, and learning with each other, but we will also witness and be part of activities and initiatives that we can say are steps towards transforming not just the way we manage our natural resources and environment, but ultimately our natural resources and environment as well. And today is the beginning of that FOPAC 3-day conference. We will not only be sharing knowledge, networking, and learning with each other, but we will also witness and be part of activities and initiatives. And today is the beginning of that FOPAC 3-day conference. We will not only be sharing knowledge, networking, and learning with each other, but we will also witness and be part of activities and initiatives that we can say are steps towards transforming not just the way we manage our natural resources and environment, but ultimately our natural resources and environment as well.
I note the word future-proofing was used a number of times since we all sat here. And the word stewardship was also used. In Filipino, the word steward is katiwala. And we all need to be each other's, as well as the environment's katiwala, in order for us to do the kind of transdisciplinary work we need in terms of integrating our natural resources and environmental management efforts.
Let us get the ball rolling for day 2 of INREM 2023. So we are into another jam-packed day for the International Conference on Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, or INREM 2023.
The pursuit of sustainable development needs a scientific approach that generates viable solutions with an evidence-based, forward-thinking perspective. He also reiterated that the path toward a resilient and sustainable future can be forged through the integration of scientific knowledge, collaborative efforts, and shared commitment to environmental stewardship.
sure that we are science-based, but we also make sure that we are able to integrate the indigenous and local knowledge into the whatever plans we will be able to generate.
But I will repeat the word Katiwala because that one was spot on. Dr. Antonia, she said Katiwala. We need a society of Katiwala. And then there is one poster, the poster of Crisandra Mariano and her team. I haven't met her, but that poster is about making place, local ethnic communities literally making place through restoration. To me, that's cultural stewardship. That's cultural Katiwala, if that exists.
And I'd like to thank Dr. Cora for sharing that very important term, katiwala. Because in Filipino, the ka is a linkage term and tiwala means trust. And it's a very important concept in network building. So now, we will embark on this katiwala, kasamang tiwala sa bawat isa.
And today is the beginning of that FOPAC 3-day conference. We will not only be sharing knowledge, networking, and learning with each other, but we will also witness and be part of activities and initiatives that we can say are steps towards transforming not just the way we manage our natural resources and environment, but ultimately our natural resources and environment as well.
I note the word future-proofing was used a number of times since we all sat here. And the word stewardship was also used. In Filipino, the word steward is katiwala. And we all need to be each other's, as well as the environment's katiwala, in order for us to do the kind of transdisciplinary work we need in terms of integrating our natural resources and environmental management efforts.
Let us get the ball rolling for day 2 of INREM 2023. So we are into another jam-packed day for the International Conference on Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, or INREM 2023.
The pursuit of sustainable development needs a scientific approach that generates viable solutions with an evidence-based, forward-thinking perspective. He also reiterated that the path toward a resilient and sustainable future can be forged through the integration of scientific knowledge, collaborative efforts, and shared commitment to environmental stewardship.
We make sure that we are science-based, but we also make sure that we are able to integrate the indigenous and local knowledge into the whatever plans we will be able to generate.
But I will repeat the word Katiwala because that one was spot on. Dr. Antonia, she said Katiwala, we need a society of Katiwala. And then there is one poster, the poster of Crisandra Mariano and her team. I haven't met her, but that poster is about making place, local ethnic communities literally making place through restoration. To me, that's cultural stewardship. That's cultural Katiwala, if that exists.
And I'd like to thank Dr. Cora for sharing that very important term, katiwala. Because in Filipino, the ka is a linkage term and tiwala means trust. And it's a very important concept in network building. So now, we will embark on this katiwala, kasamang tiwala sa bawat isa.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمم في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warpo ko iling ko'y ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko.
And of course, from CCAP, Dinay Lapitan, to our representative for the executive director of UPLB-INREM, Dr. Mustafa. And of course, we have also engineer Davina Manaki, who is representing our vice chancellor for research and extension, Dr. Ryan. We will miss also the acknowledge the assistant department head of Laguna, PG and Go, Miss Mary Grace Magnalong. Our champions of INREM, Professor Emerita and academician Nicolas. And of course, we have Professor Rita Movino, also at the right, and Professor Rita Joe also at the right. He's from maybe now. See, and I see that Dr. Senni Sualdi also. All of them have been with us since 2015. So sila po ang INREM champions sa kanila. Of course, advantage our technical working group by, of course, our fourth gallery led by Dean Mardo Mendoza. Post gallery for Dean Mardo Mendoza. Faculty members, rank students, and visitor staff, each and everyone that is here, and those who are joining online, magandang umaga po muli sa inyong lahat. I am honored to welcome you to our simple commemoration of the UPLB-INREM's anniversary as a recipient staff of UPLB with the theme UPLB-INREM at One, transforming Philippine ecosystems towards a resilient and sustainable future. Some of you may be confused why we are saying UPLB-INREM at One. And let me just clarify that by walking you through how INREM was born in 2007 and how on the 3rd of April 2023, the UP Board of Regents approved our proposal to be institutionalized as an affiliate hub of UPRI. In a short time, I also hope to show you our future plans for UPLB-INREM. In 2007, by virtue of Administrative Order number 69, by then Chancellor Luis Rey Velasco, the UPLB Interdisciplinary Program on Integrated Natural Resources Environment Management was established in response to the challenges posed by the persistent environment and natural resource degradation in the country. It was then in 2013 when the then Chancellor Rex Victor Cruz, who himself is a member of the INREM Technical Working Group, issued Administrative Order number 140, transforming the interdisciplinary program to an interdisciplinary study center on INREM, together with 3 other virtual IBSCs, namely Interdisciplinary Study Center for Food and Nutrition Security, based at CAPS, Climate and Disaster Risk Study Center, based at STEPA, and the Interdisciplinary Biofuels Research and Study Center, based at STEA. This also was the time when I was appointed to become the first IBSC chair with one researcher, Dr. Kathleen William. Starting 11 years ago, we have positioned ourselves to achieve these key response to complex and investigated problems in the natural resources and environment that threatens the achievement of our sustainable development targets. Since 2013, after we drafted our initial vision, mission, and plans, and with a seed money of 1 billion pesos, we have generated a range of knowledge and capacity enhancing activities and have established and strengthened our institutional networking and partnerships. From 1 billion seed fund in 2013, we were able to raise funds for 22 projects amounting to almost 121 billion between 2014 up to now. Because of our numerous projects, at one time, we had 20 projects done, working in 5 projects. I'm happy to update that from a small space in an office, we have 2 offices in CFNR now, small office and one which we are co-sharing with F4. Last year, we were also allotted another 220 square meter office space on the second floor of this building, thanks to the Marvel for his overwhelming support. This office is still for renovation, and we extend our gratitude to the DST Guard for the support to the office repairs, which we hope to be finished next year. More than an office space, however, this will enable us to operationalize the sustained laboratory, which will form part of the public education and capacity development program of INREM, complementing the other laboratories which PICARD have already supported in UPLB. INREM initiated the inaugural national conference in 2014, followed by the first INREM International Conference in 2017. Currently, these conferences occur biennially, with the subsequent events held in 2019 and 2021, the latter of which was held by the Zoom because of the pandemic. The fourth and last INREM International Conference was held in November 2023. We have published 5 INREM essential issues in the Web of Science Index Journal, namely a Silver Book of PRB 2019, 2 special issues under JESA in 2018 and 2020, 1 special issue on PAS in 2020, and another one on the Science and Engineering Journal in 2023, all to contribute in advancing the body of knowledge of INREM. We are also currently doing the 6th special issue with science and engineering. We have provided technical assistance to various government agencies, non-government organizations, private and local communities, mentored at least 25 young professionals, 2 PhD students, 4 MS students, and 5 PhD students. The center also hosts 1 PhD MS fellow, 2 scholars of the Great Movement, and 1 scholar under the Disability Program, both of the UST Department. Likewise, we have provided early career employment opportunities to at least 25 PhD graduates. We also have established linkages of at least 11 local and 11 international organizations and networks, and 19 foreign universities and research institutions, and build institutional capacity of 9 agencies and at least 31 municipalities located in 10 provinces. And after it will become our partnership with UP citizens. In the process of the IPSC reform, we started collaborating with UPR UPLB in a number of active research and public service initiatives. In 2017, we partnered and co-implemented projects on global climate change planning, such as risk reductions and resilience building, highlighting the role of ecosystems in resilience building. Our numerous engagements, and I should say good working relationship, have led us to a way to work hand in hand towards formally institutionalizing INREM as a center and environmental resiliency power of the UPLB. As we planned in late 2022, we started the processes and with the support of our beloved Chancellor and Dr. Lagmay, as well as Assistant Professor Dean for the of UPLB. The also with the support of Vice Chair Bantayan and Lead Marco, as well as the UP Vice President for Academic Affairs, the UP Board of Regents approved our request for institutionalization. With our institutionalization on August 3 last year, we have taken our vision and mission to become a world-class center for excellence, integrated natural resources management and environmental protection through research and development and public service towards resilience and sustainable development. These are my vision statements as shown in the screen, the details of which you can find in the INREM website. We have established 4 programs under UPLB-INREM in order to accomplish our mission. These are NAB's collaborative research, development and extension, public education and capacity building, policy and institutional reforms, and monitoring and evaluation. We are keen on implementing our programs with the UP Resilience Institute, UPLB units including the Environmental Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics Laboratory, all of which are represented in the UPLB Technical Working Group of INREM. All these programs will have future initiatives geared towards the attainment of our vision with the theme UPLB-INREM 1, transforming Philippine ecosystems towards a resilient and sustainable future as our banner goal. We genuinely hope to influence government agencies, state universities and colleges, private sector and civil society, and the public sector as a whole towards our resilience and sustainability goals. I do not have time to discuss the strategic plans for programs, but flashed on the screen are the program objectives developed during our strategic planning with UPR in September of last year. These are tall orders, and a lot still has to be done, from R&D to capacity building to influencing policy and so on, so that we can make our contribution to our country's resilience, and sustainability. Before I conclude, I want to highlight a crucial factor that allows us to pursue our goals, in addition to the support of our administration. That is collaboration and partnership that we have with our partners in the government, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and the DSP in particular, among others, as well as civil society, private sectors, and development organizations. INREM is able to attain its achievements and continue to do so because of our partnerships. INREM transition from a virtual to a physical center with funding support from UP system for the first year and the subsequent years from UPLB, thanks to the Chancellor, underscores our capacity to fulfill its vision and mission. This is why for us, his first year anniversary commemoration is important and a momentous event that we want to celebrate with you all. And here today, standing before you as the founding director of UPLB-INREM, as appointed by our dear Chancellor Camacho, based on the kind recommendation of our very supportive CNNR team, President Mendoza, along with the PWG members and the INREM staff, I reaffirm our commitment to work even harder, to achieve greater heights for India, for UPLB, for the future of our country's ecosystems, and for the Filipino communities. Please join us in this journey. Together, we can make a difference. At this point, let me conclude my welcome remarks by once again thanking all of you, our partners, for the partnership and friendship. Thank you for joining us to celebrate this occasion. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much for that wonderful and comprehensive speech. Now it's time to hear residents from the officials of UPLB and UPLB. We would like to call on UPLB Ambassador Dr. Jose Camacho Jr. for this message. Let's clap our hands for him.
Magandang sa inyo lahat. Good morning. I really thought that this program would push managed by Monday and tomorrow, 2 days. Nevertheless, you were committed to Dr. Bolger, very committed to really on without guests, perhaps, but we're also informed that guests today will be coming. We actually started today's work with the College of Economics and Management's hosting of a visiting professor, Dr. K. Professor of Economics at Kobe University. And we're there together with Dean Nes, fellow, and upon mentioning it with Dr. Gary, our guest speaker today, he mentioned that Chaos is his friend. So Chaos will be delivering his visiting professor lecture series, I would say, this afternoon. The reason why I'm mentioning Chaos is it's really a product. His engagement with us is a product of what Dr. Polhinas mentioned. The importance of collaboration and partnerships. And with Dr. Garrity, one of our, I would say, his appointment still being processed or has already been processed as a visiting professor. So these are really, the mind of expertise. And we wish that they engage with us, engage with them to further strengthen our partnership and collaboration, our academic programs, mentoring our graduate and undergraduate students, and of course, to make our international standing, I would say, in a better position. So I'm so happy today that we see all of you. Our deans are here. It's mentioned by Dr. Putin, our academicians and Professor Mary Taya. We have our guest, let's say Dr. Rickman Kino from Isabela, all the way from Isabela State University with his vice president, Dr. Merlin Valderrama. ISU, I would say, is a good partner. We are in partnership with about 90 state universities local universities and private higher education institutions. And I really find this INREM as important vehicle, as important frontline in advancing our partnership activities with our state university partners, including private educational institutions. I'm also glad to receive the chief advisor of JSM, Chidi Loro, who in 2021 or 2020, if I'm not mistaken, has invited us to engage with this kind of partnership on climate change. But I said that we assigned this to INREM. And I'm glad that JSM is a great supporter of INREM. And yeah, we fast forward or the rewind of what Dr. Pontinas mentioned, the early years of INREM. This is what we wish to accomplish in advancing the research and academic program agenda of the university. For our research and study centers, most of them are still virtually instituted many years ago. But INREM in particular shows us a model of how to become a fruitful and productive virtual study center, becoming a physical, transitioning from virtual to now more physically oriented study center. Again, because of the so many activities that it has accomplished. Every time that we proceed to gain the support of the board of regents, we're always asked, why is there such a need for this kind of institute to be established? And the usual question or the answer or the usual challenge is, has this institute or proposed center accomplished so much that it needs to become a physical center? Well, that's understandable because of the resource constraint. For a new physical center to be established, it needs a lot of resources, especially honorarium, the salaries of the visited staff, plus many more resource requirements. And this is what we have. We have challenged the other 20 or so virtual research and studies to follow what INREM has done, so that it can be fully supported, especially when it advances, when that study center or research institute virtually established to become physically established to really advance our research and extension agenda, which in 2020 we have rebranded as the ACRA. I wish that INREM would have mentioned how does it engage in advancing our AGRA. AGRA is our rebranded research and extension agenda in response to our the UN Sustainable Development Goals. AGRA is accelerating growth through one research and extension in action. AGRA, and it has 5 pillars, which INREM can be identified in terms of its activities, mission, and vision. The first one is on food security and sovereignty. And there are a number of virtual study centers, research institutes that would align on this focus area on food security and sovereignty. The second one is focusing on one health. The third is our focus towards resiliency and sustainability, which INREM perfectly fits. The fourth one is our focus towards the development of future communities and institutions. And so we have, for example, the SARAI, the Interdisciplinary Center on Climate Change and Risk Reduction Center, and plus other more virtual studies. And the fifth one, which was recently established, our focus on social justice and cultural flourishing, which the humanities and social science group of faculty members, researchers would advance their agenda of research in developing the humanities and social sciences. So I'm indeed very happy that finally INREM is now a physical, not just a virtual study research center. With the many accomplishments with Dr. Fontaine, I believe that INREM will be at the forefront of the third pillar of our program. That is our thrust towards resiliency and sustainability. And therefore, I'm very happy to celebrate with you, INREM. And you see, napaka-talino po ng INREM. Dahil ang naging ruta po nila ay maging hub. It's a platform, unique platform to become a hub of the UP system Resilience Institute. So that's a unique platform for them to become a physical, not just virtual research center. And during the theme UPLB-INREM, transforming Philippine ecosystem toward a resilient and sustainable future, showcases INREM's accomplishment. We have seen the many accomplishments. So if we just start from, hindi lang po yung pag-establish ng INREM as a physical hub of the UP Research Institute. Hindi lang po siya galing sa napakasimpleng activity. It has a portfolio of so many accomplishments, from mentoring of students, publications, with so many research activities that it has accomplished. I believe it's really right that INREM become a physical center. And we remain committed, as we have committed, particularly when they propose to us and to gain the approval of the UP Board of Regents to become the physical hub of the UP Resilience Institute. We support INREM's plans and programs for the creation of a resilient and sustainable society that lives in harmony with its numerous needs. So the Rockwell will the third program research agenda for resiliency and sustainability. It is more critical than ever that resilience and sustainability be fulfilled as the vital values in order to safeguard our communities from unexpected destruction. The pandemic shows. UPLB looks forward to collaborating with INREM and with all of our partners and stakeholders to fulfill this goal, especially with its connections and collaborations with the other 80 plus state universities, local government institutions, and private higher education institutions. In the last 3 months, INREM was at the forefront of forging partnerships with 4 SUCs, including Palawan State University, Bataan Peninsula State University. We have also signed a partnership with Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank, especially our speaker, Dr. Gavin, for sharing us your time. President Rickmar, GSED Country Director, Chief Advisor, Jimmy Loro, and to all of you, our academician, Dr. Rex Cruz, our professor in medical, all of you gave full support to make this event a reality. I encourage all of our participants in this first year celebration to have your own insights, to share your insights on how we can better promote resilience and sustainability. Again, congratulations to INREM, and I hope you have a meaningful celebration and productive forward. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Bishop for the heartwarming speech. Now to deliver the last message for this part of our program, let's welcome Dr. Alfredo Mar Francisco A. Lagmay, who will be speaking to us via Zoom. He is the Executive Director of the UP Institute. So let's hear Dr. Lagmay at the round of applause.
Hello. Morning. Kita na ba ako? Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Chancellor, Doc Pulhin, Doc Rex Victor Cruz, good morning to all of you and everybody in the audience. It's truly an honor to have been invited by Dr. Juan Pulhin to deliver an inspirational message at today's celebration that marks the first anniversary of the UPLB-INREM, which is the Interdisciplinary Study Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management. It's a research hub of the UP Resilience Institute only last year, but as discussed by Dr. Pulhin, it goes all the way back to 2013, if I remember correctly his presentation. And as we gather to commemorate this milestone, let us reflect on the journey that has brought us here. The vision of becoming a world-class center for excellence in integrated natural resources and environmental protection, which is not just a dream, but a commitment of those to the well-being of our planet and its inhabitants. It's a testament to the unwavering dedication of the entire UP Los Baños and wider UP community towards research, development, and public service. The theme, UPLB-INREM, Transforming Philippine Ecosystems Towards a Resilient and Sustainable Future, encapsulates the essence of our collective efforts, and it speaks to the urgent need to foster resilience and sustainability in the face of environmental challenges. And it underscores the pivotal role that each one of us plays in shaping the future of our ecosystems. As we look back on the accomplishments of several years, if we were to consider everything starting 2013, and set our sights on the trajectory for the next 3 years, let us be inspired by the progress we have made and the challenges we have overcome. Let us draw strength from our shared vision and commitment to creating a better world for generations to come. In all our work, let us strive to convey the importance of perseverance, which what Dr. Pulhin embodies. So when we first talked about getting it recognized by the UPBOR, I noticed that he was really very persevering in this effort. Although we have been working for several years, he was never remiss in trying to remind me that we should talk about getting the INREM recognized by the BOR. And finally, it got recognized as a center for this endeavor. Perseverance, collaboration, and innovation in our journey towards a more resilient and sustainable future. We, as UP scientists, should embrace our role as stewards of the environment and champions of change, knowing that together, as one UP, we have the power to make greater impact with a meaningful difference. Thank you once again for this opportunity to be part of such a significant event. I am grateful for the opportunity to share this moment with you and the entire INREM community as we celebrate achievements, inspire one another, and reaffirm our commitment to building a brighter, and more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you for your message. At this junction, we are now ready to listen to the keynote address of our esteemed guests for this forum. Here to discuss our transforming Philippine ecosystem, gathering for a resilient and sustainable future is Dr. Dennis P. Gatti, former Director General of the World Agroforestry Center. But before I hand over the mic to Dr. Gatti, let me tell you a bit about his professional background. So Dr. Dennis Gatti is a systems agronomist and research leader whose career has focused on improving small-scale farming systems and profits. He served for a decade as guidance ambassador for the UN Convention of Plant Desertification, emphasizing the role of agroforestry and agricultural land care for sustainable land management. From 2001 to 2011, he was Director General of the World Agricultural Center. He is currently chair of the board of the Global Evergreen Alliance, a partnership of 75 of the largest development and conservation organizations around the world, working together to restore hundreds of millions of hectares of degraded land and enhance the livelihoods of millions of the least favored smallholder farm families in the tropics. He also chaired Land International from 2005 to 2020, a worldwide effort to support grassroots community-based natural resource management. Currently, he is a member of the board of Renewable Land Care. During the 1990s, he was based in Indonesia, where he launched and developed the Southeast Asia Regional Program of the World Agroforestry Center. As head of the Farming Systems Program, the International Rights Research Institute, and as an adjunct professor at the University of the Philippines during the 1980s. He advised 47 PhD and master science students, postdoctoral fellows from Africa, Asia, Europe, and the US. He has published over 175 journal articles. Dr. Gatti is a Bachelor of Science degree in Agriculture from the Ohio State University, a Master of Science in Agronomy from the University of the Philippines, and a PhD in crop physiology from the University of Nebraska. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Gatti.
You know, John, normally I'm not a big fan of birthday. Maybe it's because my birthday cakes now seem a bit too sweet. I don't think so. I'm really honored to be it's particular birthday stuff. It gives us something to reflect on the accomplishments of them, but even more important, discuss the opportunity to having. And that's what I hope my remarks will be today. You may have noticed that the Philippines is experiencing a heat wave these days. In fact, sun this is an extreme heat forecast. And this heat wave too is it's actually putting backdrop for the issues that I'd like to discuss with you today. The Earth itself is
So I'd like to cover 4 topics in our discussion today. First, Philippine ecosystems restoration in the global context and the context of land degradation and climate change. Second, the importance of ecosystems restoration to cool the climate and avoid catastrophic global heating. Third, a global pledge to accelerate carbon removals to restore a safe climate, an effort that I and many others are currently championing. And fourth, the urgent need to develop and execute a new, holistic, more integrated global plan to avoid climate catastrophe. Well, there are a couple of billion hectares left to right across the slide, the left-hand bar is humanity's current total emissions, which now amount to around 50 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year. The graph shows three sources of current removals to the right of that bar. First is the orange bar of carbon removal by increasing tree cover and forest regeneration. 10.6 billion tons of carbon are removed through land restoration each year. And this is currently happening in hundreds of millions of hectares of land around the world. It includes both active restoration and passive restoration from marginal farmland that has been abandoned to return to natural forest regeneration. Now, second, we look at the green bar, and there is a net removal of 12.6 billion tons from the rest of the global land base, which is particularly the growth of natural forests, natural ecosystems. And then there's an additional 9 gigatons per year absorbed by the oceans. So the atmosphere is only accumulating 18.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year, although we are emitting 50 gigatons per year. So the bottom line is that if we can reduce our carbon emissions by half and double or triple the current rate of land restoration, it would make a huge impact in beginning to reverse the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. But unfortunately, my friends, we're not reducing global emissions at all. We're increasing them every year. We're still going forward, regardless of all the glittering promises of the 195 countries that signed up to the Paris Agreement almost a decade ago. Just last month, just last month, the Global Evergreen Alliance convened a conference to assess our current efforts to scale up nature-based solutions and accelerate the pace of change. We had about 600 participants and 120 organizations at the conference, from UN agencies to national and local restoration efforts and organizations. We learned about hundreds of programs and projects that are out there doing great work in this field, and we plan and launch many new initiatives to further ramp up the pace of global evergreen. We have encouraging news that over the past 20 years, an area of forest the size of France has been regenerated around the world. This is nearly 60 million hectares of restored forest during the past 2 decades. The data shows that the regeneration process is already significant, but it must and can be vastly accelerated. At the conference, we also discussed the big tent idea, mobilizing the entire global community, including the public sector, policymakers, the private sector partners, with practical solutions toward a common restoration goal. We discussed the ways that the great global platforms that are fostering this restoration generation can collaborate more effectively and reinforce the acceleration of everything. These include the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, the $1 trillion tree program, the Global Evergreen Campaign, and many others. Currently, we're doing a strategy refresh of the campaign to enhance its effectiveness in the coming years. Now, here in the Philippines, we do see that tree cover is increasing again after many decades of rapid decline. And I'm sorry, Team Mendoza, my data is way out of date. But I think it has I think the trend has continued in recent years, and given the serious forest protection action that is in place in this country, and also the continuous expansion of agroforestry around the country. But I'll have to update my figures next time around. There are unfortunately not too many examples of large-scale successful forest restoration in the Philippines. One example with which I'm familiar is the Pampanga Dam watershed in Wayuita. When I first visited the watershed in the mid-1970s with Dr. Cruz, it was totally dominated by coal and restaurants that were burned every year. It was hard to imagine in those days how these vast lands would ever be reforested and restored to healthy tree cover. But it has been happening, as shown in these time-lapse satellite images. And this demonstrates that restoration can occur in some really harsh environments like this one. Another example is in Bohol. There are several municipalities where assisted natural regeneration has enabled the communities to have restoration success. And this has become a model recognized by FAO regionally of what assisted natural regeneration can do in the Asian region. Now, one important global development that will have significant impacts on accelerating land restoration is the race to zero. There are now formal commitments by over 120 countries and 7,000 corporations to zero out their emissions. And many of these entities are now purchasing carbon credits to meet their emissions gaps on the road to zero emissions. During just the last few years, the investment levels for restoration of carbon credits have been growing exponentially. And this investment of billions of dollars a year, if deployed effectively, will create new momentum toward land restoration during the coming decade. These are early days, but the signs are beginning to point humanity towards a whole new way of looking at a land ethic and a new focus on land care with investment from the private sector. I'm seeing that this can be done in the Philippines and that you can be the vanguard of this type of national movement. Then there is a serious prospect that land restoration will play a huge role in turning emissions into communities and producing livelihoods, biodiversity conservation, water, and other benefits as well. Now, this brings me to the huge issue of restoration talent gaps. And I want to spend a few minutes on this because so many in our audience are looking at their future career prospects. We urgently need 4 types of top-notch talent to be matched with this greatly increased flow of investment in land restoration. First, there is the obvious gap of talent needed to effectively develop, implement, and monitor programs and projects that restore the vertical lands with private sector investment and public sector. And to restore degraded farmlands and rangelands as well. Here we are not only talking about the more limited area of natural ecosystems restoration, that is restoring natural areas, but to great challenges in restoring managed ecosystems more effectively. Now, second, there is the talent gap and engaging local communities in establishing and achieving their restoration goals. I know John is happy to have mentioned this because social mobilization skills are critically important to facilitate such processes, as for example, restoring a community forest from overuse for vibrant health and productivity, is what we call social industry. Such people skills and mindsets have been lacking in the past in forest departments all over the world, which is one major reason why so many reforestation efforts have failed over the years and often continue to do so. We need a new and fresh generation of foresters and restoration professionals that have the people skills and the motivation to use those skills effectively. Third, there is the awakening giant of restoration, these carbon credits projects. Now, as the market is surging with race to zero corporate commitments, there are exceedingly few professionals with the training and experience to design and implement this particular type of restoration project, which involves a great deal of technical complexity with regard to carbon modeling, carbon estimation, carbon monitoring of the landscapes, certification, verification, and all of the other aspects of this unique set of project situations. So that's going to be a huge area for professionals in the future as we expect the market for these projects to go into the tens of billions of dollars over the coming decade. And lastly, the research agenda. To underpin the race to restore, it's also going to be a huge and diverse challenge and a great opportunity for young researchers to get engaged in many new areas that have not received attention. I see these talent gaps widening rapidly in the coming years. We really need to figure out how to ramp up our efforts to provide the needed training and expertise to meet a surging demand that is on the tails of this exploding private sector investment carbon projects. And of course, this is where the INREM can play such an important role within the context of the College of Forestry, the College of Agriculture, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence here. We are facing an existential challenge. It is urgent. The latest science shows us that the process of global heating is now accelerating. And even compared to the rate of heating in the previous decade, things are getting worse much faster than before. There are now many Earth system elements that are being destabilized by global heating. If we do not address this crisis with truly vigorous action, these tipping points can create an out-of-control heating situation. 9 of these self-reinforcing tipping systems are highlighted in this particular map, which also highlights how they are interconnected through the ocean currents. The map was published in 2018 by a large group of global chain scientists in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Arctic sea ice, which is up at the top of the map, is already well past its tipping point and is accelerating the warming of the Arctic at 4 times faster than in the temperate latitudes. The destruction of the entire Greenland ice sheet is now considered inevitable. And this will eventually raise sea levels several meters above the current levels. Imagine what this means for the city of Manila. The question is, how much might human intervention slow this process down so we can no longer avoid it? The flow of the Gulf Stream that carries warm ocean water from the southern hemisphere to the north, which is shown on the map, is now slowing down. And as the Gulf Stream slows down its path from south to north, the southern Atlantic Ocean is now warming up at alarming rate. And this is a major cause of the more frequent and prolonged droughts in the Amazon. There's now a very real possibility that the Amazon rainforest will tip into becoming a much drier savanna in the future and release enormous quantities of biomass carbon back into the atmosphere. Could such a process similarly affect Philippine forests? I don't know. But what we see here is a cascade of negative interactive tipping points feeding off of each other in their effects on the Earth system like a set of dominoes falling down one after the other. The risk of tipping points is rising as well as the world rapidly heats up. And a very recent issue of the journal Science has shown that 5 of these tipping points that were mapped on the previous slide are likely to be triggered by the time global temperature reaches an average of 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial. And that is very likely to happen during this current decade. These include the collapse of the Western Antarctic ice sheet, which along with Greenland could put us into 1 to 3 meters of sea level rise by the end of the century. Manila would largely be underwater by then. Now, the bottom line is that achieving net zero emissions will not prevent our children and grandchildren from inheriting a rapidly destabilizing, chaotic, and hothouse world. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a livable planet now relies on removing up to 1 trillion tons of carbon directly from our atmosphere. The world urgently needs a global goal beyond net zero to accelerate carbon dioxide removals and bring the temperature back down to a safe level, well below 1.5 degrees C. And a commitment to finance the research and testing and application of the most scalable methods of rapid carbon dioxide removal on land and in the oceans. A global pledge to accelerate carbon removals to restore a safe climate is an effort that I've been spearheading along with many other colleagues to achieve an agreement to set clear targets and to monitor the progress of each of these with endorsing countries to achieve their own removal targets. I and a small team of colleagues have engaged with the Philippine Climate Change Commission to gain their support to be a champion of this global pledge. The PCCC is looking favorably on this initiative, but they haven't formally declared their endorsement. We hope that this will be achieved before we launch the pledge at the next conference of the Climate Change Convention in December. Now, here is the state of play on the countries that have endorsed this. There, thank you. Here is the state of play on the countries that have endorsed the pledge so far. And we have now several champions and positive signals from many others, including the Philippines. We hope to have at least 20 signatories by the time. Unfortunately, the urgency of all this just keeps getting worse. It's not going to be feasible to remove enough carbon from the atmosphere to forestall disastrous global heating. We actually have to do more. These are the temperature data, the data from the oceans that have jumped off the charts during the last 12 months. And last year, the scientists were just mind-blown by how far above any historical trend the data are showing for the last 12 months of ocean temperatures. The acceleration of global heating is so far out and beyond model predictions that they just don't know what's going on. We can no longer just keep on reducing or trying to reduce emissions and accelerating carbon removals and hope for the best. James Hansen, the foremost climate scientist in the US, has now been saying, hoping for a miracle is not a good policy prescription. So what's the plan? We're now crashing through the Paris 1.5 degrees C target, and we're heading well beyond 2 degrees C in the near future. Many young people are asking us, What is the plan to deal with this failure to reduce emissions, this drastic failure of the international system? The answer, unfortunately, is that there is no plan, but we desperately need one, and soon. Such a plan needs to include more vigorous efforts to zero out emissions, of course, and to ramp up renewables. But it also needs to incorporate a third major strategy: direct climate cooling or sunlight reflection, or what's known as solar geoengineering. There are some 16 proposed methods to directly cool the climate and buy time. But the most advanced of these methods are stratospheric aerosol injection up in the high atmosphere and marine cloud brightening in the lower atmosphere, the troposphere, where the clouds exist. These are ways to reflect back into space a tiny amount of the sunlight that is overheating the planet, less than about 1%. That would rectify the Earth's heat balance, reverse global heating, and enable humanity to avoid catastrophe. Now, my friends, the beauty of stratospheric aerosol injection is that it simply replicates what our very own Pinatubo did back in 1991. That volcanic eruption, which was the biggest one in the entire 20th century anywhere in the world, pumped some 30 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. This thin aerosol layer spread around the entire planet, and guess what happened? Lo and behold, the Earth cooled down by over half a degree for over 2 years. And it took another 3 years for the Earth to get back to the same temperature that it was before our volcano erupted. It is an enormously successful natural experiment in direct climate cooling. Scientists have now wondered why the same cooling effect couldn't be done by injecting sulfur dioxide particles into the stratosphere once again, but doing so strategically and carefully with a tiny proportion of the amount of sulfur dioxide that was emitted by Pinatubo, and a tiny proportion of what humanity now emits every year in the lower atmosphere as air pollution. This can cool the Earth to less than 1 degree, whereas it's approaching 1.5 right now, and restore a safe climate, allowing us to buy more time for humanity to zero out emissions and remove that quality of carbon dioxide atmosphere. The idea is that emissions reduction are critical, but they're happening too slowly. They're not happening at all. The rules are critical, but they are decades away from reaching the levels of drawdown necessary to actually recool the planet. Yeah. So the idea is that we need to buy time. We need to urgently stop the incessant overheating of the planet. Solar geoengineering can buy that time. It can build up and hold temperatures to a reasonably safe level, and even begin cooling the Earth while we finish the job of emissions reduction and carbon removals over the next 30, 40, 50 years. Climate model simulations show that this can be done. The benefits would be enormous in reducing the dangers of global heating catastrophes. There are undoubtedly some risks of deploying this technology, but the research has shown that it is extremely small risk compared to the risks of not doing anything. Marine cloud brightening is another technique that can be applied at a more local or regional level. It could be particularly important for reducing the risks of devastating super typhoons in the Philippines. It involves spraying tiny droplets of seawater into the sky to brighten and extend the area of clouds, enabling the enhanced cloud cover to shade the ocean and reduce the surface temperature of the ocean.
And as we know, high ocean surface temperature is the driver of the development of super typhoons. This effect stimulates what ships already do as they crisscross the oceans, spewing aerosols from their fuel into the atmosphere and creating new cloud cover. These are called ship tracks, and they're like the contrails of airplanes. As you know, global heating is now causing hurricanes and typhoons to intensify to a frightening level, with wind speeds never seen before. In fact, a new typhoon category is now being created, Category 6, with wind speeds of over 200 miles per hour. The Philippines experienced one of these super typhoons in 2013, sadly, that devastated Leyte and killed over 10,000 people. Fiji was completely destroyed by a super typhoon several years ago, and there have been numerous super typhoons in the Caribbean in recent years, devastating whole island nations. You'll note that here, Atlantic hurricanes tend to originate in a small area off the west coast of Africa. Scientists believe that by putting a small fleet of marine cloud brightening ships in that area and cooling the ocean surface, that the intensity of the hurricanes may be declined from Category 5 or 6 down to Category 2 or 3. Imagine the benefits if that can be done. Now, likewise, there's a fairly limited area from which typhoons originate in the Pacific Ocean. They travel westward towards the Philippines and the Asian continent. The Philippines is located right in that massive, deep red pink blotch, right there, with the attendant extreme wind damage and massive flooding events. So, marine cloud brightening could reduce the risks of catastrophic typhoons in this country, and the benefits to Filipinos would be enormous. But you may ask, what would all this cost? Actually, the costs of either stratospheric aerosol injection or marine cloud brightening are very low, a few $1 billion a year globally. Quite a bargain when you consider the avoidance of disaster. Now, the Healthy Planet Action Coalition, of which I am a member of the steering committee, is composed of a couple of hundred scientists, engineers, and others. And we're dedicated to the mission of informing the global community about the potential of these direct climate cooling solutions to reduce the temperature of the Earth to well below 1 degree centigrade as soon as possible. The positive implications of such a prospect for the Philippines are simply enormous. Flooding avoided, super typhoons avoided, droughts and other degradation of the ecosystems. The question is, how can we inform the Philippines public and political leaders that it isn't necessary to just sit back and wait for disaster to happen? No, the Philippines can raise its voice loudly on the international stage and call vigorously for more research and development of these direct climate cooling solutions. The U.S. National Academy of Sciences has recently proposed a $200 million research effort to learn how to deploy these solutions so that they are ready when there is the political will to deploy them. I'd be very keen to engage with you to discuss the ways that we can build awareness of these technologies to reduce human suffering in the future and to reduce the awful degradation of the planet's ecosystems that is occurring as we allow unabated global heating to accelerate. As I noted in my remarks to the Accelerated Nature-Based Solutions Conference last month, this is the greatest challenge of our times. We ought to be aware that as we work hard to restore the ecosystems in every country around the world, our efforts will be for naught
if out of control global heating is allowed to continue destroying everything that we're working for, and reversing the hard-won gains of restoration programs all around the world. Thus, in conclusion, the forestry and natural resources communities and the work of INREM should be in the forefront of vigorous efforts to call for the creation and execution of new holistic, integrated, comprehensive plans to cool the planet and save the ecosystems from destruction and humanity from a future of enormous suffering. Last one. So what I covered today was these 4 topics, and I urge you to join me in getting actively involved in the research, the public awareness, and the political action here in the Philippines, but also internationally through the UNFCCC processes to build a new, more effective, and more practical approach to the global heating emergency. In conclusion, I propose that we set up a little discussion group here at Los Alamos to explore these topics further. Do let me know if you are interested in participating. You can write to me at the email address here, and I would welcome your staying in touch and getting involved. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Unity. To express our appreciation to our keynote speaker for sharing his profound knowledge and expertise with us, we would like to award Dr. Gravity a certificate of appreciation. So we would like to call on Chancellor Camacho, Dean Mendoza, and Dr. Puli to come from stage, and of course Dr. Gravity to come on stage to award the certificate. In front now, coming from the certificate of appreciation. So let me read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to the providing valuable knowledge and expertise to the speaker during the UPLB-INREM transforming Philippine ecosystem forward to the Philippines and sustainable future. Organized by the UPLB release the Land Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, held to 2024 at the Civil Auditorium, CFNR, UPLB signed, one and full PhD Director of UPLB. Thank you once again, Dr. Reality. So we have come to the point in our program where we will learn about the key accomplishments and potential impact of the various projects recently completed or currently being implemented by UPLB. We have 5 projects lined up for today. And the first project, which is also the freshest among the bunch, is this CIS or in long form of the CIS application in the agriculture fisheries sector to benchmark collaborations in Region 2 Northern Philippines. Dr. Melissa T.V. Lameno, Assistant Project Leader of SNCIS and Associate Professor at UPLB-CFNR, will tell us more about the project. Let's give her a tremendous round of applause. Dr.
Good morning, everyone. So first, let me greet INREM on the 21st anniversary. And I'm tasked today to present the newest project of INREM titled Monitoring Climate Information Service Application in the Agriculture and Fisheries Sector through tripartite collaborations in Region 2 Northern Philippines. And by monitoring, we mean demonstrating, not a computer model, demonstrating, actually implementing. The use of climate information service, especially in the context of a community of practice, is part of the GIZ project, towards a South-South collaboration in climate information and services, building a knowledge exchange and learning platform for the Philippines and climate vulnerable forum. So we have here the project team, of course, with our project leader, the Juan Waleed. And we are also happy to be joined today by our partners, of course, from GIZ, our Chief Advisor, Mr. Eugene Loro, and from ISU, we have the President, Dr. Akita, and of course, Vice President, Orlin Valderrama, and they will all witness the memorandum of understanding signing for this particular project, a testament of how INREM capitalizes on collaboration to actually implement these projects. So this particular project, next slide please, again is part of this GIZ initiative, which has 4 components. And the part of the INREM, together with NIH, or the National Institute of Health, is on the tripartite capacity enhancement, that's number 2. And there are also other national government agencies that would focus on the other components of this particular project, particularly the climate mission, the Climate Change Commission, and the USC plans. Next slide, please. So what we will be dealing here is climate change. So one of the challenges, that we are facing, one of the greatest challenges this generation is currently facing, and we would like to address that through the use of climate information service, for adoption. And this reminds me, at the pastor's slide, this reminds me of a verse in the Bible in Hosea, which tells us that my people perish because of lack of knowledge and lack of information. It's just a testament that we really need information to have our decision making, to have a grounding, an anchor for our decision making. And that would be in the form of climate information service, which is the production, translation, dissemination, and utilization of information based on past, present, and future climate and its impacts on natural and human systems. So we know that information on climate change is available, particularly from different agencies like INREM and even PAGASA, but we would like to make this accessible. We would like to equitably distribute it, and we would also like that this information is really something that is utilizable, especially for the farmers and the fishermen. Okay, and we would like to demonstrate this as well to what we call a community of practice, which is represented by the FEC, or the colleges, the state universities and colleges, the national government agencies, and of course the fisher folks, the farmers, and the LGUs. Next slide, please. So this COP, we would like to implement, or would like to demonstrate by grabbing from different theories. Okay, so we have here the key stakeholders in the tripartite collaboration, the government agencies, as represented by the PAGASA, BAD4, and LGUs. Okay, so they represent the government, and then SECs representing science, and the farmers and fisher folks, of course, the users of the information. These stakeholders actually be users and users as well about the information. So this particular committee of practice, their main interest would be the CIS, which is the production, translation, dissemination, and utilization of climate information service using the principles of justice, equity, inclusivity, and diversity, science, and evidence-based and sustainable development. And we would like to know what would be the driving factors of these stakeholders in utilizing this CIS. Maybe it's performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and other facilitating conditions. All of these are from 3 different theories to represent this particular phenomenon that we would like to investigate and also would like to promote, which is the use of CIS through COP. And ultimately, we aim to enhance the capacities of selected national and regional agencies, state universities and colleges, research institutions, and key players as CIS providers and users. Our focus is on the capacity building of all these stakeholders to what we call the subnational competence center to be represented by IBC. Okay? So, what are the target beneficiaries, or who are the target beneficiaries of the project? So first, this project is actually implemented in Region 2. It is envisioned to benefit the agricultural and fisheries sector in Region 2, which is very strategic. As you know, Region 2 is the food basket of the Philippines. So it's the first in terms of corn production and the second in terms of rice. And then it's also where Dr. Rasuti is where river basin, that's located at the river basin. And during our initial data collection, we found out that one of the critical things that actually impacts the production here, agriculture and fisheries production, is the water. So first, it's influenced by water and other factors. So we would like to bring together all these factors, investigate them using the framework of INREM. And these are the specific beneficiaries, so I won't mention them. And this is so far what we have done. So we did a kick-off last February in Tubigarao. So this was attended by 82 representatives from 30 different institutions. And just last month as well, we already started with our capacity development, or capacity needs assessment, particularly with the fisher folks and the farmers. Next slide, please. So we also did testing of our instruments, okay, the questionnaire, and of course, did quantitative visit with our partners in the industry. Okay, so what does the future hold for this project, or what do we expect from this project? So we hope to produce a capacity needs analysis, especially for the CIS and the community of practice that we would like to establish, and then officially establish ISU at the National Competence Center in terms of CIS. We also intend to develop modules and develop training modules based on the needs assessment, and upload this later on in the INREM website that is accessible to many of the stakeholders. Implement as well a capacity development for INREM and other stakeholders, craft a sustainability plan for the subnational competence center. And we would also like to contribute to one of the other components of the SSCIS, which is the research component. And we would like to do an agriculture and fisheries outlook in Region 2, specifically using the INREM framework. And of course, develop knowledge products based on the agriculture and fisheries outlook. So if you would like to know more about this project, you can contact INREM through this contact details. And I don't know if there is a question and answer later on, but not. Okay, so that concludes my presentation for the first project of INREM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for creating the next part of our program is the outlining of the value of understanding with the UPLB Foundation Incorporated, represented by Chancellor Camacho, and Isabela State University, represented by its University President, Dr. Marami Aquino. We request Chancellor Camacho, Dr. Aquino, to come in front for the ceremony signing. Maybe also request other signatories to the MOU to join us, Dr. Orlando F. Calderano, Vice President for Research and Extension of Isabela State University, Dr. Enrique Crisopaco, UPLB-INREM Executive Director, Dean Mendoza, UPLB-INREM Director Dr. Enrique, and Mr. Jimmy Laura, Chief Advisor, SST, and as part of the person from the
Actually, I've known friends of UPLB who are from we can visit students back home. Personally, but that is cool. And of course, one of the it's new speaker. It's Professor Marilyn Mendoza, Dean of the UPLB Forestry, Vice Chancellor, the chair of UPLB. Various representative of the IASA. All our environmental advocates, friends, citizen development, again, that's the money in the world. On behalf of Isabel State University, I am so pleased to extend my heartfelt congratulations to UPLB-INREM Study Center for integrated natural resources and environmental management, and of course by the Dean for celebrating its first anniversary. I'd like to commend the INREM, UPLB-INREM, for all these impactful contributions you have made that benefited the entire country. So that is why we are so thankful that we have chosen Isabel State University as your partner in carrying out your objectives for sustainable management of our natural resources and the environment as a whole. The project focusing on modeling CRS application in the agriculture and fishery sector through tribal cycle operations in Region 2, the Northern Philippines, is viewed as a significant step towards sustainable natural resources management and environmental protection in the country. This collaboration marks a significant milestone in the process of sustainable development and environmental stewardship in the Philippines, particularly in Region 2 of the Philippines. At its core, we put high regard to this partnership, underscoring a concerted effort to address pressing environmental issues facing the region, specifically within the agriculture and the fisheries sectors. By focusing on modeling climate information system application, ISU is steadfast in leveraging scientific expertise and technological innovation to enhance the resilience and adaptability of local communities to climate vulnerability and its impact to our communities. ISU's designation as a national country center for climate information sustainability underscores its vital role in spearheading efforts to integrate climate information into decision-making processes at the local level. This designation not only reflects high institutional commitment to environmental sustainability, but also its recognition as a trusted authority in the region for climate. The collaboration between Science State University and the Incorporated and the UPLB-INREM exemplifies the power of the interdisciplinary partnerships in addressing complex environmental challenges. By bringing together academic institutions, government agencies, and the local communities, this collaboration, I believe, will provide a platform which to maximize resources management and environmental protection. So that's collaborative endeavors foster knowledge exchange, capacity building, and the cooperation of solutions here in the and context of the people. Furthermore, this partnership serves model for effective multi-stakeholder engagement and cooperation, which are essential elements for achieving the long-term sustainability goals. They also dialogue and collaboration among diverse stakeholders, including, of course, our researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and community members. This project promotes inclusive decision-making process, prioritizing the well-being of both the people and the planet. So, with this, we are looking forward to various engagement in this collaboration, UPLB-INREM. And this partnership is a significant step in our journey towards sustainable development and environmental resilience, specifically in region 2. So let us make more sustainable and resilient future, where communities are empowered to thrive in harmony with their natural environment. Once again, I'd like to thank UPLB, with of course my good friend Chancellor Camacho, for allowing us to be part of your projects here at UPLB. Thank you, and a blessed day for all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Pia, for your message of support. Now we move on with a message from the German Agency for International Cooperation. Speaking on behalf of the GSN is Mr. Jimmy R. Rosso, Chief Advisor of the CIS project of the GSN. A round of applause, please.
Dr. Jose B. Chancellor Ravi Los Angeles, Dr. Walaji, Department of Engineering, Dr. Mark Aquino, President of the also have here, Dr. Tirana, the Vice President of the San State University. Good morning to each and everyone. Yeah, there is more population. We have a strong support to the people of the first very we are advocating climate information services, local government units, to state universities and colleges. Partnership between UPLB and the State University. Climate information and service advocacy is important for the Philippines, being one of the most affected by climate change. And many other countries. It is important for us to advocate the effects of climate change in agriculture, fisheries, and health, particularly for local chief executives and
development of the operating services knowledge products, a challenge, and a significant task for everyone. We need a transdisciplinary approach, and at the same time, we have to simplify for non-technical users. We are seeing a lot of scientific findings, studies that are being indicated. But bringing this down to the level that is understandable by these innovators, particularly as well by the community partners that will implement these activities, adopting tasks. We are proposing the University of the Philippines Los Banos for the partnership in getting important climate information on the ground that is understandable, that is specific and scientific, but at the same time, layman's term down to our leaders, governors, to understand our partners and vehicles. We wish the UPLB-INREM and everyone to be more success in this important mission. Good morning and thank you to all. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy Moro. The next project presented is the application of the supporting stakeholders in advancing integrated natural resources management through capacity development for sustaining laboratory from the UPLB-INREM. To tell us more about sustaining that, we would like to on stage its project leader, Associate Professor Maureen Rosa, who has also been recently selected as CEO of the UPLB-INREM, the second consecutive service position. Congratulations to Marlo. Let's welcome to Marlo with the Saki and Thank you, CR. And again, thank you very much for everyone your partners and even and to work, of course, the administration of our country. Very supportive of INREM because we can recall the way back 2007, 2015, of admission. And we have, of course, support from various partners. I think most of the big programs were funded by the UPLB. And then we were really happy and that's here. Very easy to talk to and with and for the share that projects net and other partners. Throughout the 18 projects already implemented, was I'm happy to be part of some of those projects. And then the 14 ongoing projects. Some people are very good about this thing now and they like it. Finally, it's only a project, again, approved by the cards, again, our health part of thanks to US card. And it's like, I want to jump to the third slide. Next slide. Next slide. This sustainable project basically really helps the INREM staff because of that. One point in time, there were more than 20 staff working on several projects, and they're occupying a very tiny space. But that was not a deterrent in terms of productivity of the staff. So this sustained that will expand the research and development and extension services of INREM, encompassing public education, capacity development towards policy and institutional reforms, and will also serve some sort of training center, capacity building center that we work very closely with other
partners in the base, which is the College Forestry Training Arm. And it will also be a venue to package UPLB-INREM knowledge products as well as knowledge products of Picardo. What's unique with this funded project, among the 18 projects, maybe one more, moving, Picardo funded renovation and improvement, of a building, a part of the building, which is the second floor of this building. That's 100 million pesos. Very unique because most of the projects and all funded by Picard are in terms of products. But Picard, the many projects that the has already implemented, need to bring in more researchers, the many players, like some NGOs also provide members have a physical space that different stakeholders can interact and co-develop programs and projects and strategies. One slide back, please. So let's just say that, as I said, in the second floor of this building, this is a plan. Because we find the renovation, programs, fixtures, and equipment. And we have a video where encounters interaction with, and by interacting with the groups, that's where we're able to formulate ideas, that as our colleague from GIZ has expressed. There's outputs that can be translated and understandable and useful, and actually be able to have action from the policy, science, and implementation information. So basically, that's what the thing that is all about. And again, thank you all of you, and Picard for these sustainable. Thank you everyone for introducing to clean out to us. At this juncture, we would like to hear from the institutional partner of Sustain Lab. To deliver the message on behalf of Dr. Ernesto Obram, the Director of the Socioeconomic Institutes Division of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, for USDR, we would like to call on Ms. Monica Castillo, Science Research Specialist to answer the USDR.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the UPLB-INREM for your anniversary. And Dr. Ernesto Brown, since he is a colleague, is for being able to join today's event as he has to attend equally important event. Nevertheless, he wants to extend his warm congratulations and gratitude to one of our ever reliable partner, the UPLB. With this, let me share with you Dr. Brown's message. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, researchers, and fellow speakers, warm greetings to each of you. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, or USDR, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the University of the Philippines, Las Cañas, and the UPLB Interdisciplinary Study Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, or UPLB-INREM, for organizing this event. I also wish to express my gratitude to the UPLB Chancellor, Dr. Jose Camacho Jr., to CFNRD Mario Mendoza, to UPLB-INREM Director, Dr. Juan Tugun, to UP Resilience Institute Executive Director, Dr. Alfredo Macar Francisco Legal, And to our keynote speaker, Dr. Dennis Garati, I'm sorry, to the UPLB Vice Chancellors and Deans, and representatives from various organizations and institutions, all of whom are advocates for a resilient and sustainable future. We at UST Picard are thrilled and honored as we commemorate the first anniversary of UPLB-INREM's institutionalization as an affiliate hub of the UP Resilience Institute. With the theme UPLB-INREM 1, transforming Philippine ecosystems towards a resilient and sustainable future, today's forum is not just a celebration of achievements, but also a reflection of our collective commitment to driving positive change. DOST Picard takes pride in supporting UPLB-INREM by providing resources to initiatives that align with our shared vision. Through INREM, the Council has been supporting and funding projects that can ultimately and collectively pave the way for a sustainable future, which are mainly research and development initiatives to safeguard our country's agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources. One of our landmark initiatives with INREM is the Resource Inventory, Valuation, and Policy in Ecosystem Services under the case of the West Philippine Sea, or the REINVEST program, with an allocation of 107 million pesos. This program, now in its final year, seeks to establish a national framework for assessing the Philippines' coastal and marine natural capital. This endeavor involves estimating resource value, assessing damages in the West Philippine Sea, and proposing legal and policy reforms to enhance protection and conservation efforts. Furthermore, DOS Picard has collaborated with INREM on the integration of traditional and modern bioproduction systems for a sustainable and resilient future under climate and ecosystem changes or NICMO project. With a grant of over 17 million pesos, the study aims to identify the most effective combination of traditional and modern bioproduction systems for achieving a sustainable and resilient future. Additionally, the Council has invested in socioeconomic R&D projects, such as the R4D Pesos Map in Marble Watershed, River Vizcaya, and the assessment of payment for water ecosystem services for previous initiatives towards the development of a Philippine PES protocol, with the latter producing an offshoot project titled Advocating for the Institutionalization of Payment for Water Ecosystem Service, or PES, in the Philippines. These projects seek to address challenges related to ensuring water security. Now, our most recent collaboration with INREM is the Sustain Lab project, or supporting stakeholders in advancing integrated natural resources management through capacity development for sustained laboratory. This milestone project will enhance the center's research, development, and public service capabilities by upgrading the sustained laboratory. This initiative will empower stakeholders to utilize knowledge products derived from the UPLB-INREM projects. In a world facing multiple environmental challenges such as habitat loss, biodiversity decline, and imminent impacts of climate change, holistic and transdisciplinary approaches and tools are more crucial than ever. It is also through collaborative efforts and partnerships like what we have with DOST Card and UPLB-INREM that we can move forward toward a more resilient and sustainable future. As we gather here today, let us acknowledge and valuable contributions of the entire UPLB-INREM team. DOST Card takes pride in supporting the center's pioneering initiatives and remains steadfast in its commitment to collaborating with UPLB-INREM to explore innovative ideas expand therapeutic frontiers, and implement impactful solutions. Once again, congratulations to UPLB-INREM on your first anniversary. This is just the start of our partnership that has continued to collaborate, innovate, and inspire as we work towards a future where resilience and sustainability are not just ideals, but tangible realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cesar, for your message. As mentioned earlier, we also think because not only supports state that, but also is currently supporting two other projects implemented by the government, which we will hear from later. But before we go to the other projects, we now we would like to call on Dr. Rex Victor Cruz to present the accomplishments and potential impacts of the ITMO project or integration of the regional and modern bioproduction system for a sustainable, resilient future under dynamic and ecosystems areas. Dr. Rex Victor Cruz is also a professor emeritus at UPLB-INREM. So let's give Dr. Cruz more welcome.
And I want to be here. I know that. So let me just give you a brief introduction into the project. Traditional and modern bioproduction systems, sustainable with the future and the climate and ecosystems changes. With the short time, I think. This project is funded by the US Department. Personally, this is part of a larger Asia regional project of the same time. And the objective of this project is to determine which traditional bioproduction systems and modern bioproduction systems are most likely to lead to a sustainable and resilient future. Although, as we all know, that one of the greatest challenges transfer that we face right now is couple this with climate change that's connected to us by Dr. Dennis. We have a very potent partnership here of two very destructive stressors within our community. And land use change in the Philippines is something that need to be improved and need to be guided by the science. And ITMO intends to do that. To help us understand how trade-offs and synergies including bioproduction systems of different developing protocols, procedures, even tools. I find it also the understanding of how human activities interact with the natural systems. ITMO is committed to bringing it to the fore what what this can be in terms of making the right decisions aided by science and aided by the right tools and procedure. So we have 6 different specific objectives. I'm not going to read them, otherwise I will spend the extended my time here. We have about 6 work packages. And I believe one of these packages. And we have a lot of things already from here to present. And you can actually browse this through our website. If you want to learn more about that's on it, or the last 2 years of implementation. And in other words, again, what we want to see is that the outputs of IPO will actually influence the way policies are being shaped in terms of managing different languages. Better synergies. Previously, of these languages, one of the drivers of implementation irrigation and how it is worldwide. And we want to make sure that we are able to manage agricultural practices or agricultural land uses, not in a way that is way it is is very always what we're doing is ensure that the land use combinations in that administrative landscape will actually help all or enhance uses and agreement. But yeah, I think that's about it. Saying, we are in the last year of implementation, hopefully, with video game presentation, final.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Even though the presentation slides are not shown. With us today to give a response on behalf of the provincial government of Laguna is Ms. Mary-Grace B. Bandao, Assistant Department Head of the Laguna Provincial Government, Environment and Natural Resources Office. So on the stage, Ms. Bandao. Round of applause, please.
To the partners at the provincial government of Laguna, Dr. Chancellor, Dr. Juan Anthony Lin, UPLB Director, and Dr. Ernest Victor Owens, SNP Consultant for the IPO project, and to all other guests, pleasant day each and every one. On behalf of our dear Governor, and our BGM and Dr. B, Dr. Roger B. Valenzuela, allow me to deliver a message of this special occasion. First and foremost, I sincerely gratitude Dr. Juan for being part of this milestone, the first anniversary of integrated natural resources and environment management institutionalization as a very powerful diversity the Philippines Resilience Initiative. The provincial government of Laguna and the UPLB-INREM share the same goals of sustainable natural resources management and environmental protection. We are very recognized that signed and issued 2 executive orders in 2022 and 2023 as a statement of this administration's commitment to support and establishing the integration of traditional and modern bioproduction systems for a sustainable and resilient future and manage change ecosystem changes for the IPO project. These CEOs are mainly two
advance the project aim, which is determine which combination. Again, this executive orders are made to advise the project aim, which is to determine which combination of modern and traditional bioproduction systems are more likely to lead to a sustainable and resilient future in the Batasan Lugar watershed. And to create the technical working group comprised of key provincial and municipal government officers, which will support the adoption of the Batasan Lugar watershed as an interim research, education, and public service that towards the mainstreaming of science-based decision-making in watershed management planning to sustain the outcomes of the IPO project. EGNR is grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with UPLB that help build adaptive capacity and knowledge and to be part of continuous initiatives geared towards enhancing the management and achieving a sustainable and resilient future of the environment and watershed. We believe that through our support and partnership, we can make positive impacts on the health and resilience of various ecosystems and watersheds in the world. The output and impacts can contribute to the improvements of socioeconomic and biophysical development aspects of the environment. The provincial government of the Laguna pledges our commitment to continued collaboration and partnership with research and academia to provide science-based policy direction on the protection and resilience of our national environment, including watershed, which provide important ecosystems, goods and services towards two various stakeholders. Again, congratulations to UPLB-INREM on the first anniversary of institutionalization, and we look forward to more meaningful partnership together towards a more resilient, sustainable future for watershed.
Thank you, for your testimonial. Before we proceed to the video messages of the institutional partners of IPMO, we would like to read a message from Mr. Harold P. Torres, the provincial agriculturist of the province of Laguna. Isang magandang umaga at mainit na pagbati sa unang anibersaryo ng pagiging institusyon ng UPLB-INREM. Meron din sa mga panagbilig at mga kapatid na nagtataguyod ng programa para sa patuparan ng mga detail na kalagyan ng resulta nito. Ang amin pong tanggapan ng Office of the Provincial Agriculturist ay maraming programang sinasagawa sa ating lalawigan para sa mga pagsasapat ng isda. Kasama na rin po ng mga corporate agencies kung tulong upang sila ay makasabay sa paggamit ng mga mababagong teknolohiya sa lahat ng agrikultura. Dahil lahat nilang sinasama o inadagdag sa nakakalian nilang traditional practices na nagtutulot ng magandang amin at dagdag na kita para sa kanilang pamilya. Para sa kailangan at sa mga end users na kanilang mga ang agriculture and food security ay isa sa 8 programs ng ating taga-anggaran na Gobernador David L. Hernandez na nagnanais ng patuloy na bigkas ng mentas ng pagbabayad ng ating mga magsakal at ang isda at ang bawat pamilya ay magkaroon ng pagkakas sa kanilang mga. Ito ay sa pamamagitan ng mga proyekto sa programa ng nagsalita ng buhay ng ating mahal na gobernador at ng bawat evidense na ating lalawigan. Ang aming paglakan ang pagkakas sa gawa ng interventions distribution sa mga lungsod at munisipyo base sa naging resulta ng dating pang-artificially development plan 2023 to 2026 na isinagawa namin kasama ang mga leader ng isa pa ang aming isda ng buong lalawigan na naging matagumpay at ngayon din sa malaking pagsuporta ng galang Congresswoman Ruth M. Hernandez, ito ay mas na Pilipina. Kaya para sa ating mga buhay na bayan, mga partner agencies at academia kasama natin na may malaking ambag para sa malinis at ligtas na pangangalagaan ng buhay ng bawat isa. Magkaroon ng pagdating at pagtugay tayo naman. Sa dahil, so, two institutional partners of IREM, the provincial government of Mindanao, represented by its governor, Honorable Veronica Ortega, and the Don Marina Marcos Memorial State University, represented by its university president, Dr. Jaime Manuel Jr., have prepared video messages for us.
On behalf of the Provincial Government of La Union, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to everyone from the UPLB Interdisciplinary Studies Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment as you celebrate your first year in institutionalization anniversary. Dito po sa La Union, amin pong binibigyang prioridad ang pangangalaga sa kalikasan at kapaligiran. Bilang kami po ay isang probinsyang lubos na umaasa sa sektor ng agrikultura at turismo, patuloy po ang aming suporta sa mga proyektong maaaring maging daan para mas maisakatuparan pa namin ang panawagang kalikasan naman. With that, I would like to say that the provincial government of La Union is so fortunate to have forged the partnership with UPLB-INREM and DOST Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development for the implementation of integration of traditional and modern bioproduction systems for a sustainable and resilient future under climate ecosystem changes in our humble province. Our collaboration with you is more than a manifestation of our dedication and joint commitment to address pressing environmental issues that we face. It is our significant stride towards achieving our shared goals of transforming our ecosystem towards a more resilient and a more sustainable future for all. Dito po sa aming probinsya, mayroon po kaming tinatawag na La Union Probinsyanihan. Ang aming bayanihan para sa layunin ng aming probinsya para sa aming mga kaprobinsyaan. At dahil pamilya na rin po namin kayo sa UPLB-INREM, hihikayatin ko rin po kayong makiisa sa aming panawagang La Union Probinsyanihan at sama-sama ho tayo sa pagbuo ng mas maganda, mas maayos, at mas environmentally sustainable na kinabukasan para sa lahat. So once again, congratulations, UPLB-INREM, and may you continue to inspire positive changes in our communities and beyond. Diyos unay ti Agina, may God bless us all, and God bless our fair La Union.
Distinguished partners and ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate INREM's first anniversary, we look back to a decisive event that led to determining our future, realizing our pursuit of environmentally conscious development and sustainable growth, and tackling the numerous issues that now confront our ecosystems through innovative research and development, as well as significant public service projects. We at the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University will remain steadfast in our commitment to advocate for comprehensive, collaborative, and interdisciplinary strategies that unite specialists from multiple disciplines to produce creative and long-lasting solutions. As a DOST Picard partner, we aim to protect our shared future, empower communities, and advance science as we open doors to a more resilient and sustainable future. We believe that through our joint endeavors and unwavering dedication, we will create a better society and we can rise above the obstacles in our path and build an ecologically responsible future. Again, happy anniversary, UPLB-INREM, and mabuhay!
Thank you very much to the existing partners of IPO. And now we move on to the next project. The next project is the Invest WPO Project 2 for the National Capital County Coastal Marine Ecosystems in the West Philippine Sea. To discuss the accomplishments of the project thus far, as well as to elaborate on the potential impact of the project, we will then call one of these project leaders, who is also a professor at the UPLB College of Economics and Management, Dr. Lisa Jose Yusaise. Lisa, please, I will do the podium for your presentation. Thank you, Pierre. Okay, so magandang umaga pa sa ating lahat. So I will be presenting the opportunities regarding the natural capital accounting and coastal and habitat system. So project 2 is part of a bigger program. So we invest stands for resource inventory, evaluation, and policy systems under effect, or reinvest the case. So this is funded by the government. And this is a truly interdisciplinary program. Project 1 is the biological or science component, which is headed by Dr. David, who is also program head at the VSS program. We are Project 2, and we are the economics component. So we are tasked with the natural capital accounting of coastal and marine ecosystem. Western Sea, and this is headed by myself and my colleague, Dr. Ellington from the And project 2 is the regional component, and this is headed by Dr. David. So this is an interdisciplinary work. We have a transdisciplinary as well. As lawyers, I know we have environmental economics and learning about the law. So don't know, this is just a thing that is happening now. Okay, so the general objective is to develop a national framework for and country natural capital accounting starting from the Western Sea. Specifically, we want to develop the physical and monetary accounts through valuation methodologies. Valuation, they say, makes invisible and visible. And then we want to demonstrate the use of these accounts for policy making and draw policy recommendations for the West Philippine Sea. So the project was on making the visible invisible, but now we're going to transform what is now seen into policy, mainstream into policy. The hope is that this will lead to an national policy, starting with the West Philippine Sea as a case study. We'll start with the West Philippine Sea for obvious reasons, but it is also partly a clear demonstration or manifestation as Philippines. We own something, we just don't say we own it, but we intend to keep it. But more important, we just don't say we own it. We will. So the Greenbelt Project 2 is the first national capital accounting initiative for coastal and marine systems in the Philippines, and we are focusing on just key ecosystem services that the coastal ecosystems provide, which is basically fisheries, coastal protection, tourism, carbon sequestration, and hopefully time permitting look at the energy potential and pharmaceutical potential of West Philippine Sea. The project sites spans across the whole of West Philippine Sea. So we have done several fieldwork activities starting in 2022. Modest start, starting with just one province, and then in 2023, things picked up. We were able to cover even Kalayaan Island, our RS, when the safety came back. In 2024, we plan to do 2 to 3 more project sites. Project accomplishments, we have done a lot of trainings, and that's part of our advocacy to make ecosystem accounting or natural capital accounting known and mainstream. We also engaged lately last year a DOST Balik scientist program, Balik scientist, Dr. Arlan Narasa, who is a remote sensing expert. We also disseminate our results through conferences, but we use this conference actually as a platform for having to mentor our younger teams by encouraging them and supporting them to present in national and international conferences. And one paper actually won the best paper in one of the sessions in the recent international conference. But we are yet to feel the need. That's a word. We have engaged local governments and state universities. We have partnered with academic institutions. We aim for transformative partnerships that inspire both us and our partners and influence or impact our partners without visionary way. Two things. There are no plans for knowledge sharing with PCSC, and partners are already planning beyond the project. We also engage and involve the communities we work with, and it is inspiring to know that there are many communities that share the same vision and aspiration and objectives as a project. This engagement also makes you realize that as researchers, we only search again and give meaning or interpretation to what these communities are already experiencing. And no, because ecosystem services are part of their daily lives. And basically, learn from these communities as well. We aim to have the general outcomes for researchers to be capacitated and to increase their knowledge and skills in natural capital accounting, because we depend on bill and the now net roadmap for natural capital accounting. We expect demand for natural capital accounting skills to increase in the coming years, and these state colleges and universities will take a critical role on this. We also hope that the local government and the national policymakers can appreciate and use this natural capital. 10 years down the road, we hope that history will be kind and show that we have been far improving the lives of coastal communities, businesses, local governments, and communities that will rely on markets for ecosystems and creatively conserve the ecosystems as well. Coastal communities are determining their own future through relying and integrating information from various disciplines to the support of the local and national. However, to achieve this future, we still have a long way. For now, we intend to continue not only to capacitate our stakeholders and partners, but to build the right capacity that is guided by a moral upright and unselfish motives. We continue to partner and engage with LGUs, communities, and academic institutions, and the current UPLB administration's path or partner really with different academic institutions very critical and helpful. Of course, we need to complete the development of these accounts, but more importantly, to document how to establish these accounts so that the national and subnational efforts can be harmonized and directed. And finally, we uh, want to play an active part of mainstreaming and vetting for NCA at the subnational and national economic environment. So yun po, and with the
Thank you very much, Data, for your excellent presentation. So we learned that the UPLB is two has forged partnerships with several institutions, five so far, who have been instrumental to the success of its fieldwork activities in its implementation sites, particularly Western Palawan and Bulacan. At this point, we hear from the university presidents of three higher education institutions, Western Philippines University, represented by Dr. Alfred S. Yao, Ayala State University, represented by Dr. Ram and Dr. and Peninsula State University, represented by Dr. D. Santos Manila, Bio Video Institute.
In the Western Philippine Sea. It is widely recognized that the natural capital accounting plays a crucial role in assessing the significance of nature in driving sustainable economic growth. By quantifying the value of ecosystem services in monetary terms, decision makers can better understand the impacts of different development scenarios and policies in the environment and human well-being. The coastal and marine environments in the West Philippine Sea provide a wide range of essential ecosystem services such as carbon storage, biodiversity, and navigational routes. However, these ecosystems are facing challenges from overfishing, pollution, and climate change, leading to habitat degradation, altered environments, decreased water quality, and jeopardized livelihoods in local communities. Through the application of natural capital accounting, or NCA, we can quantify the damages caused by our actions and inactions to the resources of the West Philippine Sea in monetary terms, making it easier for policymakers and community members to understand. We take pride in being part of the team that will contribute new evidence to advance and support effective marine resource management in the Western Philippine Sea through research development and public service. We are the Western Philippines University, and the West Philippine Sea is one of the reasons for our being. The Western Philippine Sea, atin ito. Pangalagaan natin ito. To God be all the glory.
Greetings from Palawan State University. I am honored to extend our warmest congratulations to the UPLB Interdisciplinary Studies Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management, or INREM. The milestone is testament to your dedication and commitment towards advancing environmental sustainability and natural resources management in the Philippines. I would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude for extending an invitation to Palawan State University to join as a partner in the Natural Capital Accounting of Coastal and Marine Ecosystems in the West Philippine Sea Project, or Reinvest WPS Project 2. It is with great enthusiasm that we accept this invitation, recognizing the immense value and significance of this collaborative endeavor. The primary thrust of the project to develop a systematic and comprehensive accounting and valuation of the ecosystem's assets and services of the West Philippine Sea aligns perfectly with our university's mission to contribute towards sustainable development and environmental conservation. We believe that through this partnership, we can collectively prototype a framework for coastal and marine natural capital accounting that will guide future ecosystem valuation initiatives across the nation. In return, we are eager to engage with UPLB-INREM and benefit from the technical assistance and capacity building activities on the natural capital accounting. Together, we will work towards generating tangible outcomes that can inform policy making, drive decision analysis, and provide policy recommendations for the sustainable management of natural capital in the West Philippine Sea. As we embark on this journey together, let us harness our collective expertise, passion, and dedication to make meaningful strides towards a resilient and sustainable future for Philippine ecosystems. Thank you once again for this invaluable opportunity to collaborate. Here's to a fruitful partnership and many more years of impactful endeavors. Salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
On behalf of Bataan Peninsula State University, I would like to extend heartfelt congratulations to the University of the Philippines Los Baños Interdisciplinary Studies Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management on the celebration of the first anniversary of institutionalization as an affiliate hub of the UP Resilience Institute. I extend my gratitude to UPLB Chancellor Dr. Jose B. Camacho, Vice Chancellor Dr. Nathaniel C. Bantayan, Executive Director of UP Resilience Institute Dr. Alfredo Mahar Francisco A. Lagmay, and Director of UPLB-INREM Dr. Juan M. Pulhin, whom we had the privilege of meeting during the virtual signing of our Memorandum of Agreement. We are honored to collaborate with the University of the Philippines as one of its implementing partners for the Natural Capital Accounting of Coastal and Marine Ecosystems in the West Philippine Sea project. As mentioned during our initial meeting, Bataan Peninsula State University is dedicated to providing advanced instruction, professional training, and conducting research, extension services, and production activities related to our areas of specialization, including tourism management and fisheries. Our commitment to the West Philippine Sea remains firm, and this partnership is timely given its critical role in our country's economy, food security, and the preservation of its diverse marine ecosystem. Thus, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Chancellor Camacho and the entire UPLB team for this opportunity to collaborate on marine environment protection. Thank you for allowing us to be part of this project, which advances sustainable natural resources, management, and environmental protection. Once again, heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Your institution's remarkable and noble project will make a substantial impact on the protection and sustainable management of our marine environment, benefiting Filipinos immensely. Bataan Peninsula State University is truly privileged to stand alongside you as your partner in this endeavor and important initiative. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are now to our next project. So it's Google Live. The next project to present is the APN line, or the Resilience Building and Future Proofing Strategies in a multi-stress scenario in the province of Albay, Philippines. Project. We also learned about accomplishments and potential impacts of APN line. We follow Dr. Bruce J. Meras, project collaborator under APN line and professor at UPLB. Round of applause.
Di magandang umaga po. Ay, hindi na. Magandang tanghali sa akin. Huwag po muna kayo matutulog uli na rin. Okay po. This project is funded by the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. For the years, it started in 2021, October, and ended last week, March 31, 2024. The title is Business Building and Future Strategies in a Multi-Stress Scenario in the province of Albay, Philippines. So, ito po ay this particular slide we ask to make sure that this particular slide just show us how there we are in terms of the different disasters that we have been experiencing in the Philippines, particularly that of, as you can see, from the right side corner, this field that was developed by BRI reflects the pathways of the tropical cyclones in the Philippines since 1950s. So the project is situated in the watershed, composed mainly of the state's local government units, the municipalities of Canadillo and Ligao, Ligao City, Owas, Pulanqui, and Tawag. This project aims to build resilience of LGBTs and communities and implement future-proof strategies for climate change and development. In particular, we capture the historical changes in the biological characteristics and political processes of the parents through cross presentation and narrative analysis respectively, conducting participatory and probabilistic climate change scenario, risk scenario assessments, train local government units and effective utilization of risk assessments in designing climate change and other disaster-related actions, and is mainstreaming in the comprehensive development plan of the local government units, and distill and recommend policy level frameworks and strategies for the transformative multi-risk. Next slide, please. In terms of the institutional capacity assessment, distribute the sources of information and data are sourced for the institutions and extended existing information are the latest indicator. The highest indicator is their capacity to respond, showing the strength of its DRR institutions. Particularly, they have APSIMO and RADA. APSIMO is the Albay Province Public Safety and Emergency Management Office, and RADA is the local associations of trios of Albay. In terms of the multi-hazard assessment, it found that a significant portion of the watershed are affected, as you can see from the map, by multi-hazard scenarios, with the one most widely affected, and Pulanqui being the most severely affected in terms of liquefaction, flood, landslide, and pyroclastic flow. The probabilistic flood risk assessment shows the affected areas of flooding under the RCP 4.5 scenario in the watershed. It's mainly the Pulanqui and the Owas area with the highest, with the reddish mark there in the map. In terms of the visualization of this, it shows areas in the social, economic, and environmental aspects of Category A, initially and commonly impacted by various hazards, their cascading and compounding effects, as well as the pressure sources that raises the revenue to these different, that these impacts were there. So, in terms of the actual change and landscape fragmentation, a large chunk of the watershed is classified as wetlands, and this is followed by forests with a recorded largest decline between 2010 and And you can see that PLB is experiencing landscape transformation, hence understanding its patterns and dynamics and influences of climate change play an essential role in implementing effective approaches. So there are also different trainings and workshops conducted. First one, there is the exposure to and capacity building activities of the local government units 3 posts that was held in UPRI. Their training focus on the probabilistic risk assessment, pattern mapping calculation, and they also have to coordinate one of the cascading impacts where they have to play a certain role. And then results presentation and training workshop focus on the watershed approach and integrate with the integration of multi-facet assessment in their syllabus. We also presented all of the project results in the last year's first INREM 2023 INREM International Conference to a science policy forum, where the integration of possible missing project results into the local maps. And last is the potential outcomes and impacts of the projects with its experience of multi-hazard, with the impacts of the PLA watershed experience of multi-hazard scenarios. It can implications across the nation at large, where significant circumstances are likely to occur. So the first steps towards capacity building for resilient communities, which are institutions begin with some data and information in this project documents. The following methods of the institutional capacity assessment, multi-hazard assessment, probabilistic climate assessment, visualization of cascading impacts, and the for change and landscape verification. The application of these methods is typical in planning amidst multiple structures, which can be which is provided as an information in design infrastructure and identify possible ecosystem-based adaptations to stand the capacities of our local stakeholders. So with that, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Now let's watch the video message prepared by the Times Institutional Partner, the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research, or APN, represented by the Executive Director of the Dr. Stevenson.
Greetings. I'm Linda Stevenson, Acting Director of the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. It's with great pleasure that I address you today. The Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research, or APN, has long been committed to fostering partnerships that drive meaningful change in our shared environment. Today, I'm particularly honoured to extend our hand in partnership to the esteemed Interdisciplinary Studies Centre for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, INREM, at UPLB. On April 3rd, 2024, UPLB-INREM celebrated the first anniversary of its institutionalization as an affiliate hub of the UP Resilience Institute. This milestone event marks a decisive step towards realizing their vision of becoming a world-class centre of excellence in integrated natural resources and environmental protection. In commemoration of this momentous occasion, UPLB-INREM is hosting a forum under the theme UPLB-INREM at One, Transforming for the Connect Systems Towards a Resilient and Sustainable Future. This forum will provide an opportunity to reflect on many of the achievements of the past year and chart a course for the future. At APN, we recognise the crucial role that collaborative efforts play in addressing the complex challenges facing our planet. Our partnership with INREM UPLB exemplifies this commitment to collective action. As we look towards the future, we are excited by the prospect of formalising our collaboration through a Memorandum of Understanding. This will signify a significant milestone in our journey towards a more resilient and sustainable future. As a valued partner of UPLB-INREM, we are honoured to be invited to contribute to this event. Zoning in on one of the projects being undertaken by INREM UPLB, I'd like to take this opportunity to share some insights and perspectives on our collaborative project, Resilience Building and Future-Proofing Strategies in a Multi-Stress Scenario in the province of Albay, Philippines. The province of Albay faced unprecedented challenges when it was struck by 3 consecutive typhoons in October to November 2020, super typhoons Rolly, Quintana, and Ulysses. These disasters inflicted billion-peso damage to agriculture and infrastructure, displacing communities and exacerbating their exposure to the COVID-19 virus in cramped evacuation areas. In response to these crises, building resilience and future-proofing became not just an institutional mandate, but a moral obligation, and the project was conceived with this imperative in mind. Through a capacity-building approach, the project partners aim to understand the past, present, and future state of Albi by delving into historical narratives, conducting vulnerability and risk assessments, and analysing forest fragmentation. Vulnerability and risk assessments played a crucial role in the methodology, utilising probabilistic hazard simulation and participatory approaches to assess the interplay between hazard exposure and vulnerability on both natural and human systems. Additionally, the research on forest fragmentation sought to elucidate connections between habitat loss and risk factors to human health within a broader context. Recognizing fragmentation as a hindrance to resilience, the team employed an ecosystem-based adaptation strategy to manage the province's diverse systems for flexibility rather than mere stability. Moreover, the project aimed to prioritize the development of tools and processes to integrate the findings into actionable forms, providing training to local government units on their effective application. Through this, we aim to capture best practices and lessons learned for future endeavours, many of which were shared among stakeholders at the recent Science Policy Forum held back-to-back to the 4th INREM International Conference in November 2023. It was a great opportunity for me personally to meet with the project partners and the LGU stakeholders who have played a pivotal role in making the outcomes of this project actionable on the ground. As we reflect on our collaborative efforts in Albi, we are reminded of the resilience and strength displayed by communities in the face of adversity. It is through partnerships like ours that we can pave the way for a more resilient and sustainable future. In closing, let me express our sincere gratitude to UPLB-INREM for their dedication and partnership. Together, we will continue to work towards a future where our ecosystems are resilient and our communities thrive. On behalf of all members and stakeholders of the Asia-Pacific Network for Global Change Research, I offer my heartfelt congratulations on the momentous one-year anniversary of UPLB-INREM's institutionalization as an affiliate hub of the UP Resilience Institute. Thank you very much.
We also invited the institutional partners to be based in England and supported the center through its previous endeavors. Here to deliver a message is authority to second the state and Executive Director of the Forest Foundation. Around the Chancellor Camacho, Dean Mara Mendoza, Eric, Dr. John Fulgen, leaders, staff, and students of UPLB are here with us today. Good morning. First of all, let me extend the board and staff of the Forest Foundation our congratulations to UPLB-INREM, continuing success for a pleasure and privilege of partnering with our foundation. When people talk about environmental challenges, there's a complex problems. The role of academia is often discussed, but it's often discussed with a couple of concerns. First, it's often said that when you involve academia, the approach is too theoretical, too academic, ordinary people, lay persons can't be able to understand. Number two, Another concern is that often the integration of other disciplines, sciences, are not built into the approach. We're very pleased to know, however, that this is not the case with UPLB and UPLB-INREM. We've known the institution has worked with Chancellor Rex Cruz, current Chancellor, of course, Chancellor Camacho, previous deans as well, UP Farm, and we've known a different approach for UPLB-INREM in particular. And we see keen eye towards collaboration with partners, find relevant solutions that work with stakeholders, work with communities, work with local government units. We also see, and as we've seen this morning, a good complementation of social sciences with hard sciences, a good mix of disciplines as well. I'm actually pleased that we see lawyers finally learning from economists and other disciplines. I think that has enabled, my STEPA foundation to be very long, but also very pleasant when we work with not just social scientists, but when we work with foresters, when we work with scientists, and we work with researchers. Again, we congratulate INREM and the many people who have supported it. We look forward to continuing partnership with INREM. We started our work with you on scholarships. We started talking, we did our research on community-based forest management, and we're looking forward to working with you on nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation, as well as for improving the management of protected areas. Together with our congratulations, please be affirmed, and I clear this to the board, for our continuing commitment to provide support for research, development, and technical assistance coming from UPLB's team. Thank you very much, and the board.
Thank you, Attorney Enrique, for the wonderful testimony. And our last video message for today, let's have a look at the video message sent to us by the Vizcaya State University, represented by its University President, Dr. Wilfredo Tumalo.
Disciplinary Studies Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, on the occasion of its first anniversary as an affiliate hub of the UP Resilience Institute. Today, as we gather under the theme UPLB-INREM at One, Transforming Philippine Ecosystems Towards a Resilient and Sustainable Future, we celebrate not only a year of achievements, but also the dedication and vision of all those who have contributed to this milestone. From its inception, INREM has been steadfast in its commitment to excellence in integrated natural resources and environmental protection through innovative research, advanced development initiatives, and impactful public service. The journey that began with a bold vision has now blossomed into a beacon of hope for environmental stewardship and sustainability in our nation. One of the shining examples of INREM's dedication to making a difference is the pivotal partnership with NDSU in the pioneering research project, Research for Development, Payment for Ecosystem Services Outcome for Sustainable Water Provision, or R4D Peso Swap, in Barangay Watershed here in Nueva Vizcaya. This effort not only designed a payment for ecosystem services mechanism tailored to the unique needs of the Barangay Watershed stakeholders, but also yielded success in reaching the best landscape in the Philippines and paving the way for a more sustainable future. The impact of this research extends far beyond the boundaries of Barangay Watershed, by providing insights and lessons that can shape national policy on pests. This endeavor underscores INREM's fundamental role in driving positive change on a broader scale. As we envision a future where sustainable conservation financing mechanisms are institutionalized nationwide, INREM stands at the forefront, leading the charge towards a resilient and equitable society. Moreover, as we reflect on the objectives and outputs achieved, from establishing stakeholder profiles to developing institutional mechanisms for payment collection and sharing of incentives, it becomes evident that INREM's efforts are not merely confined to academic pursuits, but are deeply rooted in serving the needs of communities and fostering meaningful partnerships across sectors. Today, as we celebrate this significant milestone, we at the Nueva Vizcaya State University reaffirm our commitment to INREM's noble mission to transform Philippine ecosystems towards a resilient and sustainable future. Let us continue to harness the power of interdisciplinary collaboration, innovation, and community engagement to address the most pressing environmental challenges of our time. To the dedicated faculty, researchers, staff, and partners of INREM, I extend my appreciation for your passion and dedication. Your efforts have laid the foundation for a brighter, more sustainable future for generations to come. As we embark on the journey ahead, let us stand united in our pursuit of excellence, innovation, and sustainability. Together, we can overcome any obstacle and realize our shared vision of a world where nature thrives, communities prosper, and ecosystems remain resilient for generations to come. Congratulations once again, and here's to many more years of success and contributions.
So before we formally close our program, we would like to express our gratitude to some of our partners for their unwavering support to UPLB-INREM. To avoid last of recognition to our partners, we would like to call back in front Chancellor Camacho, Dean Mendoza, and Dr. Oyehi. So our first lap of recognition is given to Foundation. Now we come to the end of our forum. To formally close our program, may we request
Chancellor Camacho for your steadfast commitment and unwavering support to the success of the UNREM. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our esteemed institutional partners whose unwavering support and collaboration have been instrumental in the journey towards resilient building. It is through your collective efforts and shared vision that INREM have been able to achieve significant milestones and drive positive change in our ecosystems and communities. We also want to recognize the dedication and hard work of the interdisciplinary center's team members. Palakpakan naman po natin sila, headed by Dr. John Dini, whose passion and commitment have propelled the center forward. Your tireless efforts in advancing impactful research and extension activities towards informing Philippine ecosystems towards a resilient and sustainable future have not gone unnoticed. It is your innovative ideas, collaborative spirit, and unwavering determination that continue to inspire us all. And lastly, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who attended this anniversary forum and nandito pa po hanggang ngayon. So your present participation and engagement have made this event truly special and meaningful. And of course, special thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Guarantee, for an insightful presentation for the year. It is through your active involvement and shared insights that we have been able to foster discussions, shaping of ideas, and strengthening our collective resolve towards resilient building efforts. So once again, thank you to each and every one of you for your invaluable contribution to the success of UPLB-INREM's first anniversary.
Thank you very much, Dr. William, for the very closing to this momentous occasion. So that wraps up our program for today. For those who have joined us specifically and virtually, maybe we see you again soon, and we hope that we can work together on the future activities, projects, and programs of UPLB-INREM. Thank you once again, and have a blessed afternoon.